Good evening, everybody. We're, we're going to be getting right back into the swing of things, trying to get through all of Shadowbringers in the next, well, originally it was going to be 1 week, but now with the pushback, it's going to be a little bit longer, so I'm taking a more relaxed approach to it. I'm not like rushing and trying to get like 8-hour days every day, which was going to be the original schedule for everything. Um, so I'm finishing up a few things and then we're gonna get right into everything. Um, shouldn't take too long, I don't think. But we are right at the next dungeon. We've made friends with the fairies, and I have decided that Feo Ul, I absolutely adore the English voice actress, because if you don't know who the character is, you'll meet them eventually in the storyline. I'm not trying to ruin anything, but I will say that they do fairies extremely well in this game because, fairies are by nature very self-serving, very what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Psychopathic. They do things that are only for themselves. They do things that are just on a whim. And, 10 minutes later, they may not remember or may not care about the deal they just made or, your true name and you become their property and stuff like that. So fairies in this game are kind of like that. So it's very heartwarming to see fairies portrayed traditionally instead of, like the friggin' Disney fairies where, oh, we've got to go out and we've got to do good. No, fairies were not good. Even the good fairies were not good. If you go and look at some of the expanded lore in like Peter Pan, Tinkerbell. Oh, she was not a happy character, and they did bring some of that in with the Disney. They just didn't take it to the extent that could have. Um, I need to go back and reread the original Peter Pan because it's a lot different than what everybody remembers. Mostly because of one studio's influence. But yes, fairies and mythology are really fun. And most of the fairies are taken from, as far as I can tell, like Gaelic fairies, the British Isles. More of their lore when it comes to fairies than the fairies of other countries, worlds. And the reason that I say Irish in that is that Beowulf's English voice actress uh, affects an Irish accent. So just something to pay attention to get there in the storyline. Now, it's not the first time they've mentioned the fairies. Um, there are the fairies that you have as the scholar. However, those don't necessarily fit to any major lore that I can recall. Um, I know they belong to a lore, I just do not recall what it is at the moment. So, other things that are going on with that. Let's see. So, Gun Sky, when you're doing the raids for the Void Ark, a lot of the creatures there are taken from various Fey mythologies, folklore, or if you prefer, fairy tales. So it's nice that they have expanded into other things with their fairy lores. Right, my friends? We're nearing the point where we can actually begin stuff. Check one thing. We're good. All right, so let us engage everything, get the game going. We'll be in momentarily. Now, this is the point where I would like have a webcam on and watching a couple of my friends streaming their stuff. I'm sitting here like, I really wish that I had a cam because I've got something that would be great to do on stream, and that is unboxing the collector's edition of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. All right, here we go. All right, friends, we're in. Took us a while to get there, and I apologize for that, but don't want. We want Don Meg. I'm not going to try to pronounce half these things. We're going to go into Dunmeg and clear it. Get through a few quests. We've got our first trial that should be coming up soon. Yeah. Dunmeg. And to avoid storyline, we are going to skip. I remember this place rather nicely. Sort of a very unseelie location, in my opinion. Looks seelie, but is clearly not. Alright. Here we go. Like a green carpeted roller coaster. So, engage. Engage, and engage. Along here, it is not recommended to overpull stuff because you've got these going fast. Not going to try to pronounce it, but the little tiny frog-looking turtle guys. They will stay stationary for the first little bit while they are casting some spells. So you want to not overpull, because the last thing you really want is to have additional mobs just run up and start wrecking your crap. Also, it's these things hit kind of hard right now since I'm not overgeared anymore. Got the natural gateways built in, so even if you do want to pull a lot, you're going to be caught up against doors and portals that prevent you from moving forward. I keep wanting to look at the map to like plan out where to go, but I keep forgetting that on this character it is not unlocked because it's the first time going through. Lovely that the flowers bloom as you walk past. Got a collection of morphos. Morphos being a specific genus of butterflies, I believe. But yes, along here, just pull what you feel safe with, and should be good. So we've got another one of these cloth. Again, Gaelic, Irish, Scottish. Most of this goes with the Irish folklore, I believe. I'm going to assume it's Irish. There's more than just those. There's also Welsh and there's Cornish and whatnot, so... a lot of things to be taken into account when it comes to the lore of these dungeons. I actually, side note from the dungeon, I would really love to be involved in some of the lore research for a game like this. Alright. Anchthone, Lord of the Lingering Gaze. If I recall correctly, this guy has a do not stand in front of him attack. Candy cane. Nope, that is not it. That is the Tank Buster. Okay. Hydrofall. It's going to be a water drop. Laughing Leap. Okay, he's going to jump at somebody and turn them into a frog, right? No. Land's Blood. Alright, that's what this guy does. So, this is a section. Pay attention to the bursts of water. You will see them progress into multiple stages. You've got the flat pool, then you've got the bubbling pool. Bubbling pool means that it's going to go off and explode the next round. So, avoid standing on a bubbling pool, but you can stand on a flat pool. Hydrofall targets 2 people now instead of 1. Right, we've got a stack. Considering the boss's candy cane skill can, bring me down by 70% of my life, it's recommended keep your tanks above 70%, just to be on the safe side. Now, if you're paying attention to the way that the water bubbles up here, you should be able to dodge every single one. So, do what you can to dodge. If you can DPS while you're doing it, great. If not, do not feel bad. Not everybody can DPS while they are dodging, especially the first time through. Okay. Candy cane's hurt in this instance. the boss is so close to death, we finish it up before then the field ahead of us changes. Okay, second boss. There are important things to remember with the second boss that I will get to when we get there. And it's important because, you know, even people that have gone through it like 15 times are like, oh, we don't have to pay attention to these mechanics, but you do. I will reiterate when we get there. Like bosses, that no matter how powerful you are, you still have to pay attention to mechanics, because it makes the people that like to face roll all content actually have to pay attention and do stuff. I honestly think that's one of the reasons that a lot of people just, when they get into an X on Mentor Roulette, that's why they drop, not because it's a difficult fight, but because they don't want to have to do mechanics. Or in some cases, explain mechanics, I'm sure. Explaining the mechanics takes like a minute. It's really not that difficult to explain. And once players see it once or twice, normally they can figure it out, especially in this game. Once you reach that level, there aren't many people that are not... I'm not talking about level of skill, I'm talking about level of content in the game. So, yeah, I'm gonna digress there. Let's get to pulling some more trash. Little frog man. Looks like a turtle. But let's be honest, he looks like a Squirtle. Looks like a Squirtle in a suit. Now along here you can pull larger groups, I don't have the best confidence in the healer. They seem very intent on DPSing and leaving me below 50% most of the time. I am opening chests because this loot is actually going to function for my character. When I reach the point in the plot where I can unlock the location to purchase the N-tier gear, I'm going to be buying that up for level 80 instead of going to the market, because it's going to be better suited, and I will be on par with where we need to be for Endwalker. Alright, once these guys are down, we should get a path to the second boss, not the... Fuck, I'm bad at talking tonight. Feed. Alright, second boss. Second boss. It's some form of boreal creature. Alright, boss. Tank him in the middle. I would have tanked it a different way, but they dropped their little heal bubble right here. Swinge. Do not be standing where the swinge is going to go off. Dodge out of its way. Okay. Alright, fodder. This is the mechanic you need to pay attention to. There are going to be 4 locations, and you need to place yourself in one of the beams. So I'm going to come over here. You need to block each one of these beams. There are 5 of them total. You can't block all 5. And if more than one goes off on the boss, then they get multiple stacks of growing. And in this fight, you do not want the boss to have multiple stacks of growing, because when it reaches, I want to say 5 stacks, it's a wipe. Just mechanically, everybody dies. So you need to sap the nutrients by blocking the link from 4 of the... Oh, you will get rooted at some point. A couple of you, all of you, will get rooted. Break everybody out. Swinge is going out again, and we should get the next growth shortly. But what's also nice is you can absorb the nutrients yourself in this fight and become larger and stronger. So by missing the link, kind of screw yourself out of DPS. Wailing Ivy. And this is the reason that you want to break everybody out, so that you can get into your positions, because if the boss gets multiple stacks, yes, you die. When's going out, dodge it. We did fairly well. Boss feels a lot easier than it was at launch, but that's going to be true of a lot of these because they get tested. And they get nerfed a little bit. Healing. Got healing. We are making our way towards a water castle. Now in here you can technically pull a few at a time, I think. But yeah, you don't really want to do what the healer just did. I mean, you do, but you don't. Just because of how aggro can work sometimes. Fast, Undine. No, I don't really know how to pronounce that word. So we are on our path to the final boss. It's going to be a few of these. Some lovely progression. Look at that, a Kelpie. A boss from a previous dungeon being used as trash. We'll see how this healer likes the actual pull that I normally do. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have used one of my cooldowns there. I'm gonna start taking damage again. Get all my damage reduction skills up. And now let's just like chain heal ourselves for a little bit. Just to be on the safe side. It can go much faster if you've got a group that you can trust and rely on. Alright. We are right outside the last boss's door. Last boss is the one that has the frog song. Pretty sure. Do stuns. It's worth noting that a paladin's heal is best used on somebody else because it will heal the target and the paladin for a portion of the damage healed on said target. Didn't even see we had a chest over here. Here. Necklace offending. Alright, recommended gear. We just improved our health by a little bit. Alright, we got the boss that's going to be appearing. Going to... out of that. Yep. Boss. Kinda wish that they would refrain dropping that in the middle of the thing so that I can actually take the boss where I want. I know it's a way of pre-healing, but it also affects how tanking is done. Alright. So this boss, Imp Choir. Do not look at boss. Or you get turned into an imp. You get turned into an imp. That skill right there that he just did, that is the one you do not want to be standing in front of. Because that will turn you into a frog. Believe me, you don't want to be a frog. Alright, Fantasia is going out. Oh, it is this fight. So this section, you just want to walk on the path. If you fall, you go back to the start, but you want to get across the path as quickly as possible, get in the field, and start beating the crap out of him so he stops doing the finale. If you know what you're doing, you can get through it really quickly. If you fall off, don't feel bad. Happens to everybody at least once. Challenging Fantasia. Okay, changes into Shade of Fear, which resembles Cuchulainn from the Void Arc, which is probably why it changes into that. Has very similar skills, do not be standing in front of the mouth, or it will throw up on you. Alright, it does a Flailing Tentacles and a targeted ground AoE. Targeted ground AoE does not leave something behind, so immediately rush back in after it goes off. Corrosive Bile. Don't be standing in front of the boss. There we go. And the boss shifts back. Does a lot more damage when he's in this form. Capriccio. Gives everybody bleeding. Does that a couple of times. 3 times. Or is that just what he does when he reaches a certain point? Alright, so he does it 3 times in a row. And it gives you a stack of bleeding every time. Don't look at him for the Choir, he's going to change direction and then do Toad Choir, which will turn people into frogs, like what just happened there. It's okay, their first time through. And blow goes off, go down a lot of HP. Comes the Capriccio again. And that is level up. And the last boss completed. Hope that you enjoyed this run. We're going to get to a few more tonight. Got the Lit Offending. Now remember when going through dungeons that it wasn't like this originally, but they added in that you will get a piece of gear to your class when you complete it, just so that, you know, running a dungeon isn't going to be pointless for you. So while I was offline, I went and did a bunch of quests to get us to this point. I collected all of the travel, isn't it? I got all of the ether currents for a lot of zones. We can fly in Lakeland. Can't get them in Amarang or Kalusia yet because those require progression in the storyline. We are almost level 80. I have one last level to get through. So something that I read this week that is going to be important for anything relating to the expansion. When the expansion rolls out, any job that you do not have at level is going to lose all the experience for that level. So if you're at like 95% on Dancer and the patch rolls out, you're going to lose that 95% experience because they are applying a template to all jobs, all classes, that's going to basically reset the amount of experience that you need as well. So instead of saving that data, it's just going to go away. So any job that you want to retain the experience on, just go in and get it above level. Like run a few fates, run a dungeon if you need to, but tilt yourself over to the next stage. I'm going to be doing that on a couple of my alts, just because it's going to be easier in the long run if I decide to go back and play them some more. Oh, and I forgot to do what I said I was going to do today. I'm going to make myself some tea before I started. A warm beverage on the throat. Help with the strain that can come from talking. Also doing my best not to clear my throat. That also produces severe vocal strain. I might have been pronouncing this guy's name wrong. What it sounds like from what I was listening to, it's pronounced without the R, so it's Urianga, or Urianger. What we want to do along here, progress without getting into combat. I don't think you can actually use sprint here or it makes you drop the, well, we can find out. Okay, we can use sprint. Along here, just dodge all the enemies and get to the location that's marked. Because the fairies are tricksters and very, psychopathic, sociopathic, creatures of pure, pleasure seeking without any paying attention to the consequences. Now I know for a fact you can't mount during that section either. They might have changed it because it didn't drop the protection thing. Alright. We got a lot to deal with in this area. Get to meet one of the races from Ivalice, Numo. Or this one, fairy race. Pretty sure. Reached a new section. We've got to prove our worth to these people, and then we can get what we need from them. That's the way this game works. We've never met you before. We don't know what you're doing. You gotta prove yourself to us before we'll help. Clay moss fungi for their legs. Alright, I am going to go and... wait for a second. I'm gonna go and make myself some tea. Shouldn't take too long. So I will be right back. Alright, friends, sorry about that. Back with a wonderful cup. Like 16 ounces of tea. Gonna let it steep for a bit. Love the way these worlds look. Okay, we got to get the moss fungus. Look kind of like grasshoppers. So I was saying earlier that your experience is going to be reset to your level. You're not going to lose experience. Like if the reset happened right now, I'd just be level 79 with 0 experience. It does not apply to a few things, and your companion is one of them. So my companion is sitting right there with their experience. That's not going to get reset because they're not applying the changes to companion experience. What I would like is for them to increase the cap and, give some additional advancement for... Oh! Well, I didn't realize that, so we'll get Choco Cure. I'd like the additional advancement for, not just skills, but like, stats. Have the companion at least hit harder or heal more. Alright, we got the fungi. Eggs. Have some fun. Do this. I'm liking the names that I've been seeing around. A lot of creativity. And then you got something that's fun like Mocha Joe. Oh, you're a tool mender. Let's repair all. Okay, for this quest, gotta come and grab spores all over the place, and one of them's gonna be in an unlikely location. Gotta go up. Up. Then you can get the flame spores. Right, let's get back. I apologize for not being on here last night. migraine was starting to kick in, so I wanted to, try to nip it in the bud before it became a problem. Thankfully, I was able to. Did not progress into a full-grown migraine. It was just the seeds that I was able to stamp out beforehand. I feel better in that respect today. Got those taken care of. Let's come and talk to the wide lad. Oh, we need to go and speak with someone. Ah, yeah. Move really slow even when mounted, it feels like. I didn't explore everything. I just went and grabbed all of the ether currents that were here. There are 2 zones that we can't get into yet. Raktika Greatwood, and I forget what the other one's called. But neither of them are accessible, even though I tried. They are story locked at the moment. I kind of wonder if I had the teleport to mentor pin type thing, if that would let me bypass that. I don't know if it would. Or she... Yep. Gotta go in here. Pneumo Potter. In Vials of Invisible Ink. If you're high enough level, you can bypass most of them. Even if you're not, you can still run to a spot where they won't be able to attack you. Or not. Interesting. Now, if you are planning on leveling your Chocobo, always worth having it out to get the weekly experience stuff, but if you're just doing quests, pull them out. You will finish up some of those things rather efficiently. Oh, we got a sort of a jumping puzzle here, it looks like. Find a vial. Invisible ink. Leave. We go along this way and follow these. Puts us up here. I think there is a lookout vantage point up here somewhere. But I'm probably wrong because it just looks like it stops there. Come out and look up there. Nope, don't see it. Alright, so we need to go back there. Oh no, we don't need to go all the way back there. I think a tea might be a good idea in the future. Have a cup of tea there for me while I'm streaming or recording. Now we go back there. Oh. One thing that they started doing in Shadowbringers that I really appreciate is they kind of level lock the quests. You'll see that it's got the little arrow on it. That means that whatever level you are, quest will give you appropriate experience for that level. But you have to be the minimum of, in this case, 70 to accept them. It basically turns a lot of these side quests into actual experience gaining options when you're leveling alternate classes. Whereas you have to be of the level in all content before this. If you finish up a level 6 quest or a level 60 quest, you are going to get experience for that level instead of something comparable to the job that you accepted it and turned it in with. So one change that was for the better, I feel. I'm curious if they're going to make that a rolling thing going back, but I think that would be too much work since there are thousands of quests in this game. They'd have to do them individually. Depending upon how they programmed it, I don't think that they are going to retcon the other quests. They must have done something right. Oh, Rispa. I kind of like the way they set up the ages in this game, where, you know, even something that you interact with might not seem like it's an ancient being, ancient entity. It is. And it could probably wreck your day. Oh, we get to pet another one. Tomorrow are wonderful little creatures. Got to fly on one in a quest earlier. We got 4 wings. And it looks like the big ones are meant for flying. The smaller ones are meant for guiding. As in, they serve the purpose of tail feathers. They control directional speed. Rather directional, yeah, I can't think of the words right now. So yes, I just need to get through 29 more quests, and I am at max level. Sinful Bunny. What a name. Wilper Tengenberg. Where wood? There wood. Interesting little fact. The term were is an archaic word that means man. So a werewolf is a man-wolf. If you see somebody saying they're a were-man, they're a man-man. Okay, we're speaking to you again. That's a lot of sin eaters. Wrong thing. Great, so we've got enhanced. Spells require no cast time while under the effects of Requiescat. Actions. Okay. So to get a quick heal, you do that and then cast spell. But the only way to use Unfiator, this skill is while under the effects of Requiescat. So basically it's, you always save that for when that's up, because it's a 60-second cast time and an instant cast for the other with no cooldown. So every time that is up after level 80, you basically time it with that. You deal heavy damage. I mean, this is like one of the most powerful skills in the game as well. Well, I hope that made you feel better, Seto. We're none of them. New Amaro. We need to go and check that one out to see if that is a side thing or if that is quest needed to get flying here. Getting flying here is going to be so important. It's a big zone, and it's really annoying not to have flying here. Okay. Making sure that's the right spot. I do have quests active in this area. The other one is going to be down there, memento to a friend. The sparklies. Hello, sparklies. More sparklies. Heart-eaten foliage. I sincerely hope that we come back to a lot of these different zones for parts of Endwalker. I mean in a significant way, not just like, oh, you need to go here and talk to this person. Like, having to come and solve another problem that's come up in the area based upon the influence that storyline effects are having. Right. Completed. That leaves us just one more in this area, right? Just one more, and it's the quest-related one. The main story quest-related. Let's dive. One thing we can do while dived. Mount. Move faster. Memory serves, it's going to be in this building. Hidden. Yep. Teleporting. I think this is the final piece for this section, and then we get back to... we don't need to ingratiate our... Yep. Investigate the castle gate. Alright. This should open up our first trial, I believe. End our stay here, I think. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a long while. I only know how to get to the gate because I had to run up there and get the ether currents. Tried to take care of everything that I could offline. Got the quests to, whatchamacallit, level 73 dungeon. It's one of those things, once you get to flying, you kind of just zone out of a lot of the places that you're passing. You don't stop to take in, you know, the beauty. Puka! Lots of pukas. Look like owls with cat heads and very spindly arms. Okay. Duty? Duty. The Dancing Plague. Might be a while. We'll find out. Die Glorianda. Once I complete this, I can fly around and have fun. As always, I highly recommend watching the storyline because story in this game just keeps getting better. Which is why I'm really waiting for, really anxious and excited about Endwalker. Because comparing to all the previous expansions, if what they claim is true, it's going to be a lot larger than all of these, and each one of these has been pretty big for an expansion. I'd honestly say that each one of the expansions for this game was equivalent to 2 or 3, possibly 4 of World of Warcraft's expansions when it comes to story. When it comes to actual, like, character development, yeah, this game has character development. And I know I compare them a lot, but it's just because WoW is what people before have always associated with things. It's the most common thing that they can recollect to. Not recollect, compare to. I mean, even when EverQuest was big, it was still not a mainstream thing, whereas World of Warcraft, they pushed it into the mainstream. Even had commercials that were amusing. They had Shatner, horrible bastard, Vern Troyer, and Mr. T. Only one of those guys is actually a decent person. But it's a lot of what they've said and done. I mean, you can think me horrible for saying it, and you're more than welcome to, but I was reading an article, or saw a snippet of an article where it was saying one of the astronauts from the mission that went, that one of the astronauts that went with William Shatner up to the edge of space passed away. And the first thing that came to my mind was, huh, So that's the second worst thing to happen to him in the past few months. Shatner used to be a decent guy, but he's gotten extremely bigoted in his old age. And yeah. Alright, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. The Dancing Plague. Welcome, it's Queen Titania. Titania is a many-faced fight. X is what I'm more familiar with. But as soon as the fight starts, people are out of the cutscenes, I'm gonna pull, and I will explain the fight as we go. You're used to the, if this is your first time watching, then, welcome in. If it's not your first time watching, you know the deal. Fight will be explained. What a lovely Irish accent. Right, Sabbath. This is going to be raid-wide damage. Just be aware. You can tanker in the middle. It doesn't matter where you tanker to begin with, but if you tanker in the middle, there's more room for people to run away from stuff. Right, Rune is going to be a point-blank AoE. Just run out, run back in. Divination Rune. Divination Rune is a frontal cone attack. So unless you're a main tank, you don't really want to be standing in front of the boss. Mist Rune summons these. You need to have at least one person on each spot. There's a countdown timer going around the edge. When it goes off, everyone takes damage and we get... Spirited Dew is going to start. We'll get a fire resistance up while standing in these circles. So you want to stand on the circles for the various skills that are going to be going out. Okay, fire-based damage is going to go out against somebody standing there. He does a ring attack centered around her. Got hit by something I shouldn't have gotten hit by. I think that was the stacking AoE that went out. Alright, we've entered the second phase. So the stacking AoE that went out earlier, I think the circle underneath us disappeared, which is why so many people died. Alright. So she's going to summon this. It's going to be an 8-way directional vine attack. So you just want to move out of the vines, because you will continue to take damage if you stand in the area. Phantom Rune, point blank AoE, or point blank ring attack. Right, Sabbath coming out again. The thing that kills in this fight usually is getting multiple stacks of vulnerability up. Frost Rune again. Alright, this is going to be a sequential AoE going out. You wait for the first one to go down, and you run to the middle. If you get one of the rings, run away from people. Point blank AoE, Phantom Rune. It's perfectly okay to not know what you're doing in this fight. Alright, in this one, Peace Blossom and Puck get picked up by one tank, and everybody DPS is down Mustard Seed first. During this, the various things are going to be doing AoE attacks. The reason you get Mustard Seed down is because he's got the massive frontal cone attacks that encompass the entire place. Puck just has a frontal line attack. Beast Blossom just has a hard swipe. Is a tank buster. Alright. Transition. And the same thing goes here. You want to beat down Mustard Seed first with one tank, acquiring Beast Blossom and Puck's attention. I'm going to sit over here and beat on Beast Blossom. There will be stacking mechanics throughout this. But as long as somebody has got the... okay, there's going to be a pushback. AoE going out. I didn't get any heals, so I died. So what I need to do is I need to come back and get threat on Beast Blossom again and Puck, and hope I get healed this time. Looks like I'm going to be healing myself for a little bit. Okay, I didn't see that both the healers had died. So, here's a stack mechanic going on. I'm going to Divine Veil and hopefully get some stuff going. Got the knockback AoE again. We are going to wipe. We are definitely going to wipe. Because we're at 98%, we're at 100%, so that's going to be a wipe. So, if Titania's power reaches 100%, it's going to be a wipe. So now I'll be able to explain things again. I'm doing this to prevent people from deciding they want to drop out, because occasionally you'll get the people that do that immediately after a single wipe. We've seen that in previous runs. You can't drop out mid-combat though. The only thing you can do is disconnect, and that is a reportable offense. Purposefully disconnecting, I should say. Yeah, probably not a nice thing of me to do to just like start it again, but pretty sure everyone is aware of what's going on in this fight at this point now. Not much changes between the phases, so we should be able to get the mist, so we need one person in each. It's going to summon entity. The entity is going to gradually destroy the different... Oh, no. If you don't have somebody in them, that's what summons the bomb, it looks like. Alright, so we've got this coming out. I'm going to drop on this character. We stack over here. And that's how you survive that. So, when the water pools show up, if there is a bomb that is summoned, it is likely being summoned because nobody was standing in that pool.
We're sick of this crap.
And that bomb will also destroy other pools, which I believe is what happened and caused the first major problem with the last incarnation of things. Growth Rune, this is going to be the 8-directional, yeah, going to be that. You don't want to be standing on it. You're going to take damage if you're standing on it. You're going to get rooted, which, if this were in X mode, would be a very bad thing. Because more AoEs follow. But we're not in X mode. Okay, we're doing the ring attack again, so you want to be close to Titania. Or Titania, depending upon how you want to pronounce it. I believe it is actually Titania. Okay, she is going to summon... Nope, cross turn first. Shortly she's going to summon some ads, but first we are going to get this. It's going to be a series of AoEs that fall down, followed by 4 targeted players and then a point-blank AoE. If we can keep everybody alive during the transition phases, we should be good. Alright. Well, I'm going to grab Puck. I'm going to grab Peace Blossom. I'm going to tank them both. Closer to the healers, since I've got 2 on me. Hoping that they will not neglect me again. You want to kill Mustard Seed first because of various reasons, but mostly because of the cone attack that it does. And with only one person tanking, and they're just letting the other one just run around. Come on. Get a heal up. Alright, so, that didn't go ideally. But in this next section, people need to avoid the AoEs that go out on the ground. So, he has a Rita Repulsa moment and makes her enemies, her monsters grow. Being the tank, I am going to take Peace Blossom and Puck again. That's a good use of the limit break. You want to dodge AoEs that go out. Got a stack. Let them get Mustard Seed down. I am unable to heal myself, so I'm going to pop a couple of cooldowns. Continue beating on the enemies. We're in decent shape right now. Both these guys are at half life and we've got 25% left to go. As long as people keep on doing what they're supposed to be doing. Toss out a few heals. Peace Blossom. Crap, don't. Good work. Peace Blossom is down. We got it 89%. Okay, we got that going. I'm stand here. I'm going to do Past Your Arms. Hopefully this will protect them from a considerable amount of damage, which it looks like it did. Yeah, I'm going to taunt, because the other tank did not seem to know what they were doing. No offense to the other tank. Alright, we got this going again. All 8 people are going to be targeted. You want to have at least 1 person per spot, otherwise we're going to summon something. Don't want to summon something, because we are going to need the water. Stand in the water even if you are dealing with stuff. Stack in the water. Water is still up, so there's going to be more mechanics that potentially use it. We got 2 of the 8-way direction things coming out, in addition to a point-blank AoE. So, position yourself to where you will not get hit by either of the 8-way directional routes. And continue beating on the boss. We got the frosting again. Wait for the middle one to go off and then move into the center. Let's turn the boss a bit so people can get behind it easier. Alright, we've got it this time. Point blank AoE, get out of it. Let's toss Reprisal up just to be on the safe side. Divination Rune. Can we actually dodge that? We cannot dodge that. Okay. Right, Sabbath is going to be the AoE to everybody. There's another one. The boss is down. That's how you take out Titania.
No.
Fun little fight. And you just skip cutscenes. We can fly here. Alright, let's go and see if we can get to the 75 dungeon before the end of the night. We might even be able to make it to 77 if we put in enough time. Just looked at my streaming software and for a second there I had a minor freak out because it was referring to I've been live for an hour and some odd minutes, hour and a half, and I thought recording was got record time and it's got stream time, and I thought that, yeah, one was the other. Thought I wasn't streaming there for a moment. Now, I realize I'm going to have to look up the fights for the 24-man raids in this instance, because, you know, I know the fights enough to dodge stuff, but I don't know the fights well enough to explain them. I mean, in the copied factory, I do know them, but in the other two, there are things that I'm still like, what just happened? So, I'll have to study up on that. did that? I just realized I need to get dye to dye this armor. Realpolitik. $74. Sandwich basket. Okay. Manic Pixie Dream Realm. The man with too many scars. Yes, I know that. That's what I can do as a side thing. Let's go to the Docile Gate. I'm probably going to hit 80 before the end of the night. So. Continue with the questing. Getting through the main story quest is what takes the most time, because after you reach 70, the storyline quests become more streamlined. You don't have to run all over the place usually. You've got other stuff to keep you managed. This might be sending us to Raktika. Yes. We're going to Raktika Greatwood. Port job. We're now at 22 quests. Just about. We can fly here. What are we looking for? We gotta go below things. Hello. I know we have to go below because there was a little arrow pointing down in the map icon. I gotta search my surroundings. What are we looking for? A time-worn tablet. Okay. We're gonna go through, we're gonna use it on all three of them, and then probably the tablet is going to appear option that we can see. Oh, there it is. Got to be looking a little bit harder than you. One of those things, you know? Now we go into Raktika. Which means that we don't get to fly anymore. Raktika is not the most fun to get around in. Unless you can fly. Even if you can fly, there's a elevation cap on it, which makes it really difficult to get from one point to another sometimes. like, oh, I need to be able to fly over this portion, but you can't fly over it. Go around it. So unlock the teleport locations as soon as you can. Two locations. There's one and that one. So I think next week, on Tuesday, I'm gonna try to stream something else. I'm gonna go retro. I've been watching somebody play one of my favorite games, and it's got me in the mood to see if I can't stream it to completion. Well, hello there, Brent. Of course I'm gonna come and say hello to you. I would not be so unkind as to... You've got 9 brothers and sisters. You have to come and find them, too. We're gonna get the crystal first. Teleport around a little bit easier here. The collection of your siblings when we are not streaming. Focus on getting through the content first. The other stuff I can do over the weekend. Righty, Stola. Now I remember there was a lot of back and forth in this segment of quests. That could have been some of the side quests. Red panda, like they're facing off. So, the weekend before the expansion drops, I'm going to be playing it on Sav, so if you want to witness the progression of the story, you're welcome to tune into those streams, because it's going to be just me marveling at the story, enjoying it. Since I tend to skip over all the storyline with this character, if you don't play, it might be a good time to come and watch the storyline. But yeah, I think Friday and Saturday I'm going to be spending most of the time playing on Sav with doing the storyline, and then Sunday I will do an earlier stream and get this character up through the dungeons. And then get those videos up and online before the expansion officially drops for everyone else. I guarantee you, you're gonna have people that are gonna be doing videos for the dungeons, but they're gonna be skipping trash. I know some people, at least I've received comment that a lot of people are happy to have the entire dungeon gone through and explained and discussed instead of just going to the bosses. You appreciate those? I'm doing them for you. Doing them for me too. I'm also gonna find out if I need to go back and re-record all the other dungeons and do them again because mechanics may have changed. Well, difficulty may have changed, not necessarily mechanics. A jug of water. Transporting. Where am I going? Oh, I'm watering laundry. Yes, watering laundry. Watering crops. Got one more. So definitely looking forward to doing all that, and can't wait to see what the new dungeons are going to be like. I played DPS. I don't know where everybody is going to be, but it might be quick going through queuing as DPS for the dungeons. If the wait time is too long, I'm probably going to go in with the trust if they've brought it back. If they haven't brought the trust back, first off, I think that would be a big mistake on their part. It helps people that are having difficulty finding a party go through at late hours or at odd hours. I don't know if the duty finder is also going to be across all worlds for after they merge all the worlds. Well, not merge, but make it so you can travel to any other world. Oceania, Asia, Europe, North America. Well, hello. Like the final boss of the Ulminster Switch. I just gotta make sure. Hillary. Still relatively early. There's a dead one. Oh, she fought it all by herself. Okay. Find the next one. Pile of leaves. More piles of leaves? 2. Okay, we've searched 2 of them. I think this is one of those where you have to search them all or search a certain number before it shows up. Not my favorite quest gates. It found it. Got a feeling we're going to be going there for a cutscene shortly. Pretty. Okay, we have endeared ourselves to the village. Level are we? Level 74. Like. Hey. So. When it's just doing this, I kind of get a little tired. Having no one to talk to in chat also makes me a little tired. Pistola. Got the what we do for family quest. And I know I'm getting a lot of equipment coffers. I'm going to be opening those up and selling them because we're saving up our poetics to buy level 80 stuff. And we need to get through storyline to get that point. I'm gonna get through as much as I can in the next few hours. And I've got to complete all of Seek a Greatwood. I've done most of. Oh yes, I forgot about them. Down. Right. Wild swine. Beehive. Normally smoke makes the bees a little bit more docile. Now we can get the beehive. Delicious honey. Gotta put the hive in the sack. Here's the next one. It's down there. Let's go collect another beehive. Okay, that is actually a really nice flavor. I'm drinking hibiscus cinnamon tea, and I just had chocolate raisin, and the combination of flavors there is great. We got 2 of them this time. Let's increase Chocobo's timeout. If I can do this, I'm gonna try to go till midnight. Try. Emphasis on try. I know I make those statements and then turn out lacking the energy to go forward. I got good sleep last night. Need to keep my blood sugar from going nuts. Meaning I'll need to take a break in about an hour, so just to get a little bit of food. Dang it! Why you gotta be a pain? Atonement. Atonement. And one more atonement. Field slam. And dead. Right, we're at 24 million out of 37 million. We shall see how late I go tonight. Hours in. I think at least 4 hours. I may still have to do a recording tonight. Saturday is supposed to be my recording day, but I wasn't able to stream last night, so it got pushed. Alright, Stola, what are we going to be doing with the bees? Nicolas Cage around here? Okay, we can't go in that way, we gotta go in that way. Vampire Vine. Alright, this is a spot where you're going to be generating a lot of aggro unless you decide to stop and fight your way through. Many other MMOs you would literally have to fight everything on your way through. Unless other people had cleared it before you. I'm just gonna check because I know there's one around here. Is nice. You can just outrun them a little bit. Disappear, you can come back out and complete the quest. Beautiful plan. Are we still 74? We're still 74. Okay. Me recommending you play a story. Don't skip it like I have been. We got to examine... Ishtal asked you to inspect the murals on the walls, see if there's aught you can learn from them while she inspects the monolith. Line of people. Well, this one. More people. Buttergon. Final Fantasy XI expand. Boost. Puppeteer. That would actually be a cool job in this one. Make an interesting ink. Teleport? Can't. Oh! No, we can't because we didn't attune when we got there. I said I wanted to get in there and attune first thing I did, but didn't. Okay, we're going to attune before we continue the quest. Oh, another thing I like about this game. If you run by enemies and they smack you, you don't get dazed, you don't get knocked off your mount. You just keep running. Honestly, whoever decided that, you know, if you're being chased from behind, that means that you've got to have a snare on you if you get hit from behind while running away from something. Ah, they deserve to have a bath with, you know, fighters. Fighter bath, yes. And getting knocked off your mount while being hit while running from something. Yeah, that's another thing that deserves a spider bath. Spider bath for everybody involved. Thought it was a good idea. This game, instead, there are actual creatures that will cast something to actually snare you. But usually you can run past them before you're out of their range before they finish casting. Alrighty. Because my tea has grown tepid. So one change that they did a while back, you had people that would basically pull monsters onto people that were mining or AFK or what have you, try to kill them. And, you know, you've got people that are griefers like that in every game. So in this, they basically had it set that if that happens, you don't take damage. Unless you are actively attacking the thing, you don't take the damage. That is only true of, you know, if you are currently AFK or if you are gathering. Well, crafting or gathering. Oh, I'm sitting here looking and I'm just like, oh yeah, I forgot. We can go deeper. Option. Whoa! Welcome in, Raiders. I am Sentient Dessert, if you don't already know me. I am a variety streamer that is currently focusing on Final Fantasy XIV, the game I have loved for years, and we've got an expansion coming out for it soon, so I'm putting some energy towards that. Welcome in, everybody from the raid. How are you doing, Crimson? What were you playing? Dragon Quest. Same parent company. How was that one going for you? Very nice. The Dragon Quest games just, I think more so than the Final Fantasy games, getting to the last boss is just so much more rewarding. I don't know why. Just feels like you've accomplished a lot more. Then again, the last Dragon Quest that I played, I think, was 6? Well, if you ever decide to come back, I am more than willing to help. There's a lot that you can play right now. Well, I'm glad that you've been enjoying it. Find the third statue. More statues. Wolf statue. Get closer. Right now in this game, I am going through and doing dungeons. For the most part, taking care of... I'm going through the main storyline, but I am not watching the storyline. This character was created solely for the purpose of doing dungeons and playing through them for fun and teaching purposes. When the expansion drops, I'm going to be on my main character, just tearing through the storyline, probably on stream, because I've been waiting for it for a while. A lot of us have. And it was pushed back a couple of weeks. So, beginning of December is when everything's going to culminate. So much fun is going to be had. The art style relies heavily on Toriyama for 11, doesn't it? I know he did the artwork for like Chrono Trigger and some of the early Dragon Quests. The Super Nintendo Dragon Quests, I should say. And I think Dragon Quest X as well. It's going great right now, Mike. I'm close to final level. Doing some level 74 quests. I'm gonna be getting to a new dungeon soon. So many Gohans. Yeah, Toriyama definitely has his style. And it, very discernible from any other style out there, really. And that's why, a lot of the other things like Chrono Trigger or the Dragon Quest games do evoke that, hey, this looks like Dragon Ball. Is this a Dragon Ball game? Goku with a bandana. Oh, the grind in this isn't that bad. I mean, I'm just trying to get from dungeon to dungeon, and progressing through the storyline, they're kind of far between. I've knocked out Titania and one of the fairy dungeons earlier. So you got a new PC. Oh, it's so nice to actually, like, get a decent system to play the games on. Like, the current graphics card that I'm using was a... It wasn't a major upgrade to my previous one. My previous one of the fans stopped working, and the cost of replacing the fan at the time was going to be more than buying a better graphics card. So I got the better graphics card, and the difference was just amazing because I don't know why this one functions better than the old one. Well, as I said, if you come back and try this game again, I'm on the Ether servers, or the Ether data center, and I don't know when they're going to be getting the cross-realm, cross-data center stuff set up. I think it's going to be when the expansion drops, but we'll find out. Hopefully it works the way they want it to. I kind of expect there to be like 1 or 2 patches after, because some unforeseen problem arises that, you know, once something goes live from beta, it functions differently because players will test it to its limits and in ways that they don't necessarily expect. Okay. It might be Ultima. I think Ultima is one of the data centers. I don't know anything other than Ether. I want to say Chaos. Okay, so we're not going to skip doing the Aetherite as soon as I get here this time. We're gonna go and grab the Gemstone Trader, activate them. Not like we can trade for anything here. Now we move forward and unlock the dungeon that I think... I'll say it's up here. But yeah, just... In this playthrough, I'm skipping the storyline. When I go through with the new content on my main character, I'm not skipping. But I'm skipping everything on this character because I'm trying to just get straight to the dungeons. Because I'm making tutorial videos out of them. And I've actually discovered over the past few months that what I have been making, people have needed, some people have wanted, because most of the dungeons that people do, they just do the highlights. Yeah, things might change leveling-wise with the expansion because they're doing a reset of how you gain experience. the rate at which you gain experience as well. And part of that is going to be zeroing out everybody's experience bar. Not like making you lose levels, but if you're like halfway through a level when they implement this, then you're going to lose all the experience. Not your level. Like I dropped down to 0 experience at level 79. Yeah, I've found that there are some dungeons that some of the trash can be kind of tricky, and having an explanation of what's going on with the trash can get some people through. And most of the stuff that I've seen my entire time playing this game is, oh, we're just going to explain the boss fight. All anybody cares about. And I found out one of my most popular videos is actually part of a meme, and everybody just has the meme in the video and not the actual fight. So that's why that one is like disproportionately got about 5 times as many views as all the other videos on average. So I'm glad that people are enjoying this stuff. I'm glad that it's actually, I enjoy making it too. And you know, when people come in and stop by like with your raid, it's just even better because I can have conversations. Particularly when I'm not running dungeons, because it can get boring by myself just skipping quests left and right. I only know how to beat dungeons by playing with people who played the dungeons already. Got no time for your memes, I need the knowledge. Yes, exactly. Like earlier on with Titania, I don't know how to pronounce her name. We wiped once because it looked like a lot of people it was their first time. But there's a lot of mechanics to pay attention to in that fight. And, you know, the videos that people have put out, they erase the wipe and just like talk over the video, not while it's happening, just like watching it again and explaining what's going on that way. I keep the wipes in because it shows people what can go wrong. And I mean, if you're really interested, you can go look up the Good King Moggle fight that I did for Thorn March Extreme. And there's like, I think 7 wipes in there. And about half of them are because I forgot how one of the mechanics worked. And I was trying to tank both the tanks at the same time. And they both have tank busters that go off at the same time. Right, how do I climb these things again? So, there I am, trying to kill this thing, trying to do what I need to do for the fight, and I am just getting walloped. And, you know, I've got that moment of, oh, that's what's going on. No wonder I keep dying. It's not the healer's fault. It's not my cooldown's fault. It's the fact that I'm an idiot in tanking 2 things that literally cannot be tanked together. Don't tell me I can actually run up this. No. But I can old school climb. Exactly. Exactly. And if you have the whole fight and not just like explaining the different things, because especially like using the Titania fight from earlier, you have certain mechanics that happen, and then if the fight is jumping around, cutting around to various things, you don't get to see what happens when, say, these 2 or 3 mechanics start functioning simultaneously. I don't fully understand it. No, I did not get it. Stopped halfway through. There we go. So I realized there's a niche after I started trying to fill the niche, and I'm actually happy that people are finding my videos useful. And come the expansion, I'm going to be leveling 2 characters simultaneously, and it's probably going to drive me nuts. Mostly because I'm going to be running the duties as a learning experiment on my main character, as well as progressing and taking in the story, because I'm excited. The storyline up to this point has been phenomenal, and this is going to be the final chapter. With the final chapter taken care of, we're also going to be doing expansions after this. The game's not going to be over. Just exploring other storylines. Quite probably storylines that have been explored initially. Like, plot-wise, spoiler-wise, I am currently in a different world from where I started. That's not a it is a major spoiler, but not in the sense that it is a, it's a game breaker. What did she ask? Given your talent for finding solutions to vexatious problems, I think it's best that you catch you. Right, so we've got Serpent, Coral, Calibri, Owl, Wolf, Opopo. What's the riddle again? Come gather, share despair, then go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call, avert thy gaze, forever fall. Serve to inspire you. Come together, bear despair, go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call, avert thy gaze, forever. I'm guess the Oppo Oppo. But yeah, scene cannot be skipped. Okay. Wrong statue. Use more carefully. Mark the crown, heed its call. Together. Alright, we're just gonna go and go through this. Yep, I was mistaken. Well, you're probably gonna have to go through it a few more times, Ishtala. Try the coral next. So with the, yeah, going through and running the dungeons is gonna be fun. Teaching and learning. That's basically what it is. Because the low-level dungeons I know almost like by heart, because I've run them so many times, but these higher level ones, like the ones in here, in Shadowbringers, I've been through them maybe a dozen times each. Alright, we got 2 more that we can choose. Go with Owl. See, if I were actually paying attention to everything, I'd probably know which one it is right off the bat. There we go. We can't skip this scene. I have a talent for, you know, getting you shocked 4 times in a row, and then finally getting it right. We are 4 quests away from level 80. So I'm trying to get past the level 77 dungeon, which I hope will help us unlock one of the vendors that I need to get to get the level 80 gear that I won't have to change until the expansion. Right now I'm sitting on some level 70 gear picked up in dungeons as well. Well, there's a dungeon coming up soon. We're in 75, so every odd numbered level you get a new dungeon, and at 73 and usually 77 they give you another trial. We're going to try to get through 77 dungeon and trial tonight, which is probably going to take another 2 hours. Gotta talk to Almet. Bats don't aggro here. Let's see what's going this way. Need an owl statuette. Like a statue, but tinier. Found it. So in the vein of classic RPGs, I'm gonna be starting something this next week since alright, since the expansion for this was pushed back a couple weeks for reasons, I am going to be... Oh, crap. Forgot about that. We got a puzzle while we're carrying that. So, I'm gonna be trying out Shining Force 2. One of the people I watch been playing it, and it's rekindled wanting to play it again. So, I also checked to see if the thing that will make it faster to play will be activated. And it will be. Or it can be, I should say. Basically, the game has it's a top-down tactics type game. And one of the things that always irked me about it was the fact that, you know, the cursor moving from point to point to point would take forever. And there's a sort of debug mode that you can enter into that lets you speed that up or control the enemies, stuff like that. And if you're looking for certain items of gear, you can control enemies and have them drop items in combat, which means that they'll show up for purchase at the vendors nearby. So, Shining Force 2, the game that I'm going to be trying to play, trying to get through, it's classic JRPG in storyline. but not classic in like the Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest style. It's about 45 battles long. A tactics style map in combat. And it was my favorite RPG growing up. Okay.
Away with you.
First the Ronka.
This ends now.
Oh. That's gonna suck. Curse was not as potent as I dared imagine. The sooner we finish here, the sooner the others. Okay. Hope they do not aggro me this time. Still puzzle solving in this game. Just a bit different than the first game. Or than most other RPG. We're supposed to get around these guys. I will draw their attention with a glamour. Okay, Ishtola. What you need to do. Makes 4 clones of herself. Sprint. Run. So we know how you like teleportation, Ishtola. So starting out in the game now is actually a lot easier than it used to be. There are many things that they've added in over the years to make it easier for people. Let's see. This way. And then this way. You just gotta follow the patterns. Pay attention to the patterns. And it's an Indiana Jones cave. The other thing about Indiana Jones that always bothered me is they were square tunnels. And when you got a boulder rolling down a square tunnel, there is one very safe place to be. Especially if the boulder is big enough. That is along the corner trenches. I'm trying to run, but you won't let me, game. It can go by, and there'd be room to, like, curl up right there, or at least lay down there. And dodge the boulder. Yeah, it's one of those things that always bugged me about these types of traps. Yes, we can definitely go on, especially any of the ones that come after Last Crusade. Oh, I'm sorry, there are no Indiana Jones movies past Last Crusade. My mistake. Well, you never know. It might have actually been one of those Cold War fridges that was, used in Chernobyl to keep the food safe. Yeah, no. This I've actually had a huge beef with the quality of Steven Spielberg's movies for like the last 20 years. He he needs to apply critical thought to his movies. Because it feels like, you know, I understand if you want to have like a fantasy style movie,
Here I come.
but his films just have not had the right. They haven't been well thought through. And I think it goes back to around the time he took on the project. Like, almost everything after Schindler's List has not been that great. I think that's the film. But, like, AI, artificial intelligence, Spielberg should not be trying to direct a film that Kubrick had as his last project. Because two completely different directing styles and two very completely different approaches to what makes a good movie. And I think Spielberg has forgotten the approach of what makes a good movie. Don't think George Lucas ever knew what makes a good movie. But, no, I read and finished Ready Player One this past week, and I know that the film is directed by Spielberg, and everything I've heard about the film is it's crap. It's like it skips over all the important parts. Like it glorifies or it extends parts that don't need to be extended, and shortens parts or completely removes ones that need to be there. Yeah, I mean it's like the first film since Who Framed Roger Rabbit to have so much intellectual property in it. I mean, especially if they wanted to stay true to aspects of the book, because, you know, Optimus Prime, Gundams, Spider-Man. Then again, in maybe 20 years, Disney's going to own the rights to everything, so they can... I hope that's not the case. Probably going to be the case, but I really hope not. Because you want to talk about something that doesn't know how to tell stories anymore? Disney. Especially when it comes to sequels. If it's a standalone movie, usually they're pretty good with stories, but the thing with Disney is they have a lot of power in Washington. and they've got more power than any one company should have. And we're gonna see probably in the next like year or two another push for an extension of copyright law to allow them to have like another 20 years added on to the certain copyrights that are out there. That's the reason that the copyright is extended so far. Is originally it was set up for life of the original creator plus 20 years, and then that was increased to plus 50 years, and I think it's sitting at plus 55 years right now, which is why in about like 2 years time, I think it is, the original Mickey Mouse is going to enter into public domain. So the original black and white gloveless Mickey Mouse is set to enter public domain soon, but that doesn't mean that Mickey Mouse in his entirety will be in the public domain. So that's why I think that there's going to be a push. It's probably going to be after the midterm elections next year, so that Disney knows who to bribe. And yes, I am fully calling out the American political system for being corrupt with bribery. It'll be after that happens that they will push for a law to extend the duration, because then they will know who to give the money to instead of... Because Disney, if they can spend money to make more money, they'll do it. After they got the Marvel movies and Fox Studios, it should have been a wake-up call. Shocked they don't own the full companies and not just the entertainment parts. Yeah, Disney is the exact reason that copyrights are fucked over right now. They did a push at the late 90s, and that's why we got the extension on that. If we get down, if I just follow the blue? Follow the blue. I could go off on Disney for a while. I mean, it's like... Oh, I can actually explain that. The sale of the Fox Entertainment division was purposeful. They did not want to sell off the business and the news aspect of Fox. So that is why the split was done that way. Because Fox News, if they can even be called such, has functioned as its own money-making entity for a while now. Oh. Yep, it's an entity. Controlled by people, but it's still an entity. But, also I don't think Disney wanted to buy the news branch, and that's also another reason for that. I really am not a big fan of all of the consolidation. It's like... The funny thing is that there are a lot of conversations that come up with this, and one of the big ones, you've got the people saying, well, these big companies are going to be good for business. It's going to be good for everything, because then they're going to be able to, like, have things be obtained easier, and you don't need to have like, the people that are wanting or saying it's not a bad thing about having these big companies like 10 years ago, were saying monopolies are bad. And monopolies make things horrendous for the people. And, oh, it's good for the economy. No, it really isn't. Because when businesses fail, something will come in and fill the void. And if you just have a business get sold off, the void doesn't get filled. It maintains and does not have any further, like, there are a lot of fields where there's been stagnation because you don't have something that comes in to fill a void of a business that has gone belly up. Small businesses go belly up all the time, but large businesses, we've hit level 80. When's the last time you heard of a large, like, multinational business going under? We can't let them go under. We have to give them money to bail them out so they don't go under, despite the fact that their business practices continuously put them in the red, even after a bailout. They don't learn their lessons. It's like, what was it, back in 2011? Iceland, you had the bankers doing all sorts of notorious things that bankers all over the world have been doing. But instead of, giving them money and saying, here, we hope this helps fix problems, they put the people that were responsible for it behind bars because it was screwing up the country. And their economy was kind of bad for a couple of years, but then it recovered and became stronger than any other economy. Well, most other economies, I should say. And is still stronger than many of the economies out there now by actually holding the people that screwed things up accountable. It's like, I don't... It just makes me angry. These people just do not have the understanding that businesses need to fail. Like, Disney buying up the IP, that's a completely separate thing than Disney buying up the studio. And like with video games is another one, especially in the US, where you've got mass consolidation. The fact that Microsoft bought Bethesda is just horrendous. Because Bethesda, yeah, they might be doing good right now, but they're still one bad game away from going bankrupt. And you don't run a company like that. You just do not companies don't function like that and are successful. Companies should be allowed to crumble and fall. And it needs to happen more often. So, we're going to take a moment, do a breather, and run the Quintana Ravel. Quintana Ravel. Let's do a dungeon. It's time to learn. This is going to be a perfect example of a dungeon that, explaining the mechanics is going to be good for people to see. The Quintana Ravel. Yeah, I probably butchered the name of this place. Got a lot on my mind at the moment, so, yeah. We're gonna come in here. If you're a tank, remember to turn on your tanking stance. First enemy that you come across. Alright, so tank this guy wherever you want. Whichever side it links to. That side, these guys, their eyes are going to come up. You want to hide because it's going to do some AoE damage across the floor. And it'll go back and forth. This guy's not going to move. Yes, it is time to learn to learn. Kill and learn at the same time. So with this guy, He just teaches the mechanic of what you're supposed to be doing. Whichever one's eyes are up, you want to be hiding from it. So think of it kind of like a gaze attack coming from the side instead of coming from the enemy. That's not good because you just look away from a gaze attack. Alright, we've got 2 groups coming up that we can pull simultaneously. As in, pull one group then the other. We'll be using, or rather I will be using some cooldowns on this pull. Get to the other idol, there it is. Make sure that you have targeted the right things. Make sure you've got threat on everything. And make sure that you're not running with a white mage when you decide to pop your best cooldown when they decide to holy spam. Okay, pop the other cooldown. Pop reprisal. Dodge out of stuff. Heal yourself. Dodge out of the stuff on the ground. Don't want to get hit by the AoEs. Alright, so we got this next one coming up. Very similar, but this one gives a wonderful change. So it's best to pretty much attack it where it's standing. Alright. So, it splits the beams between the sides, but there will also only be one beam per side. So you can pay attention to where the beam is going to be coming from by looking at which ones are being linked and then dodge accordingly. Just does massive damage if you get hit. Best to dodge out of stuff if you can. And after this guy should be the first boss. There he is. I believe this boss has a twofold mechanic. So what you want to do if tanking this guy is turn him perpendicular to the field. Perpendicularness is required for mechanics, because he's going to do one of two things, and it's going to create quadrants, basically. He's going to attack half the field at a time. So Lozadal's Scorn is going to go out, and it's going to be that half. So that statue has basically awoken, and momentarily it's going to blow up half the field. So it'll blow up half the field. Heat up is going to be the other thing that we're going to pay attention to. That's why we turn him. Never mind, it doesn't matter if you turn him or not. He readjusts his position before doing it. Stone Fist. Tank Buster. Pop a cooldown to mitigate that. So heat up, he's going to do left or right, and you always want to be on the opposite side. So he's doing his left arm this time, so we hop on the left side of him. Or the right side of him. His right side, our left side. Lozadal's Fury is going to be on that side as well. So you just have to dodge out of both the attacks when they stack like that. And he will stack them a couple of times depending upon how long the fight goes. Stone Fist again, popping minor cooldown. Well, I appreciate the raid, Crimson. I hope that you have a good evening. And thank you again for stopping in. Alright, he's doing his right arm, which is our left side, so we dodge over here. In the turn, we dodge out of the combination. Boss is almost down, and the boss is down. But yes, thank you for bringing your people in and crushing them with me. I try to do my best in here, and we're getting one of the best named characters, one of the best named bosses coming up next. Right, the bats come out. Aggro the bats. Pull from the next group. Find the bat that you're not aggroed on, and reestablish threat. So the next boss, if I recall correctly, is going to be named Batsquatch. And it's just a giant bat. I think that's the next bat, and that's the next boss. Okay. Good. We're gonna need on the ring. When pulling a group, it's good to establish threat on all of them. Usually with a shield lob, sometimes you can't because they run up like this, and you have to try to get them with the AoE attacks. But a shield lob should establish threat on everything that's around you. Alright, we've got the holy spam going out. Right, now we are going to be using cooldowns, mitigate stuff, and we're going to toss a heal on ourselves. Toss a few heals on ourselves. Circle of Scorn going. Nice little bit of DPS. Deltron out. Now you don't need to do these full pulls like I've done here. You can do smaller if you're more comfortable doing smaller. Do what is most comfortable for you and try to keep up. If you are the healer and people die because of overly large pulls, don't feel bad. Sometimes tanks will pull more than you can heal, and that's just something that you come across. Don't feel bad, don't take it personally. To get on your case, then you can just ask them, don't pull such large things next time. Alright, Batsquatch. Very simple, straightforward fight. Ripper Fang is going to be the tank buster. Soundwave, this is the fun one. Soundwave goes out. AoE. Damage dealt. My mistake. Soundwave wasn't the fun one. Subsonics is the fun one. Pounds the ground repeatedly, and it causes things to fall from the ceiling. A bunch of really large things are going to fall from the ceiling. Pull the boss away from them. Watch them, because Soundwave, I believe, is what's going to make them fall. Yep. You don't want to be standing anywhere near them when they fall. So just watch where the stalactites fall, and then move as needed to avoid them after Sonic Wave goes out. Subsonics, you'll have to dodge some smaller stalactites that fall. Stalactites. 3 of them will fall on the second time. They're all going to fall in the direction that they fall. Never mind, I thought you could predict the way that they would fall. So forget anything about the direction that they fall, just try to dodge them as they start falling. A good way is to be near the base and then move away from wherever the base is. Be standing at the base, see where it goes, and then move opposite of the direction that it falls. Right, we've got 2 of them this time. Like they're both going to be falling someplace unpleasant. Both fall towards the middle. You can kind of guess based upon where the shadow is. If you stand on the stalactite at the point where it's close, the shadow is closest to the base of the stalactite where it's stuck in the ground, you should be safe. New gear. I think I broke 90k with that. 95,000. Oh goody. A lot of this stuff would not be fresh in my mind if I hadn't run this on Sav fairly recently. So, this section of enemies, I highly recommend you don't do big pulls here. You will see why, because I'm going to ignore my advice. Gonna do that. We've got the holy spam going off. Holy spam is off. We're doing reprisal. We're gonna do arm's length so that everybody gets slowed as well. Keep forgetting about arm's length. I'm not used to the people getting slowed when they get hit with it. But yeah, this is a lot of damage to get through, and oh, there's the benediction. And immediately after, you have these Forgiven Violence pop up. I'm going to try to establish better threat on, otherwise they're going to pull away from me. Go. I don't have my cooldowns this time, so this is going to be fun. And we've got DPS coming from enemies on the sides. They're basically hurling their poop at us. You know, as they're wont to do. Reprisal is back up, so we'll pop Reprisal. Rampart is almost back up. Rampart is back up, so we're gonna pop that. Try your best not to stand in anything during these pulls, because the less damage you take, the better. I like the back and forth tanking because it doesn't mean that it allows for better continuity with the DPS. If you're moving back and forth, they can stay behind them a little bit easier than if you're like running around in a circle. Oh. Didn't mean to let that one get away from me. Rolled on those. Got one more treasure coffer, and then I think we got the boss. The last boss is going to be fun. I know I explained it in a previous video on Salve. That probably doesn't exist anymore. Oh hey, I am going to need on those, because that's going to be an increase of damage. Skip the cutscene. I'm going to do this and hope nobody pulls before I do, so that I can equip those items. Alright, this boss, Eros. I like to tank it facing away from the party. You'll notice the boss has 3 heads. That will come into play with one of the attacks. Rend. Definitely pop cooldowns for Rend, because it can cause a lot of damage done. Mini cooldowns, I should say. Out of Heaven. Out of Heaven. The boss is going to link to another player, and they're going to get a line, and it's going to be arrows pointing one direction and the other direction. You want to run away from the boss during that attack. If you want to run away until the line turns into just like a regular solid purple line. You'll take less damage that way. So the boss is going to do an inhale after placing these venom things on the ground, and you will want to move to a point where you're not going to go through the poison, because it's going to deal lots of damage to you if you go through the poison. You can also pop arm's length not to get knocked back by that, but you have to time it properly. Alright, this is the point where you want to pay attention to the heads. Confession of Faith. You don't want to be standing in the front, and you don't want to be standing with either of them. I was standing too far front. That's my mistake. It does a fire blast to the front, and then lightning bolts on the 2 people that get targeted. Alright, so somebody else got that, and they are standing right where they're not supposed to be, so they're going to take massive damage. I'm going to move him just a little bit. Okay. Get targeted with this. Drop it into a spot where it's not going to hinder when it goes out, and he does the inhale-exhale thing. I activated arm's length so I wouldn't get knocked back by that. Rend is coming out again. Pop a couple of cooldowns if you want. Usually something to just slightly mitigate it is best. Hound Out of Heaven. See, that time they did it properly. See how the line turned purple? That is how you want to do Hound Out of Heaven. Alright, we got the Venom going out again. Nope. Confession of Earth. Stack mechanic. Reposition the boss so that people can get behind for positionals. You can either do it this way, or you can move behind the... like back up a few steps. Glaciolalia. Just had the... Alright. Healer got targeted that time. We can just toss my clemency. Alright, so this last boss is not very difficult if you know what you're doing. Pay attention to what's going on. And the boss should go down relatively easily and quickly. And that is the Quintana Revel. Revel. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Alright, we got loot this time. We already got that. Can't get it again. What did it give us? It gave us the boots. It really likes giving us the boots from the dungeons. Oh, let's give a commendation. Skip the storyline. Alright, so we just have to make it to the 77 content. Because I think the next... I think the level 77 trial is what unlocks what I want to gain access to. That way I can get the endgame gear as I'm going through and doing the rest of the stuff. And it'll be a lot easier. Endwalker. Gotta say, the expansion names for this game are difficult to remember at times. I think the Heaven's Word is the only one that actually kind of made sense. Because Heaven's Word is a term that is common enough, I suppose. Stormblood? Not so much. Shadowbringers? Nope. Endwalker just... It's difficult to get the mouth around and difficult to get the mind around, sometimes, I would say. Now, my experience bar is all blue, which means we're set for the expansion. What that means is we've got more rested experience than a single level. So, before we continue, I am going to take a short break. I'm gonna do a BRB. I will be right back. Enjoy yourselves with the music. Chat with each other. I will return momentarily. All right, we are back. I just realized I need to mess with my overlays again because information's not updating properly. Still saying I'm awaiting a raid, despite having been raided momentarily ago. Not too long ago. Yeah, I wish I could look up. Probably gotta go to the pendants again. I remember throughout this expansion, when I was playing through it, I kind of wanted to do it all on stream, and I realized that, playing through all the content on stream, the storyline, and sitting there and reading and watching and doing all that stuff just wasn't very enjoyable for me. So I stopped. I wanted to be able to enjoy the game, and it felt like I couldn't play it unless I was streaming, and I needed to move past that. So I've got this character who is played mostly while streaming, and my main character who, for the beginning of the expansion, probably going to be played while streaming, but I'm not going to lose any sleep. I'm not going to be overly bothered if I play Sav offline. In this sense, not streaming. Not really offline. So, yeah, there's probably going to be stuff missing just because that's the way it goes with playing through it. And playing through it during the pre-release, the early access thing, is just showing people what's in the game, what's new, and that kind of stuff. Whereas playing through it and doing the dungeons is showing people what they need to do in the dungeons. And, I may not know what's going on in a dungeon for the first couple times that I go through it. I know this because it happened to me a few times. It still happens to me in certain fights, but it's only because nobody answers my questions when I ask, and usually by the time the fight is over, I've forgotten it is something that I need to look up. I have a slight problem with, the term is object permanence. And it's not the common sense of, like, babies don't know that you're not there. It's, how can I put it? If it is no longer in my active thought, and it's in, like, the peripheral of things, I don't actively remember if it's there or what's going on. Like, the easiest thing to explain is, refrigerator. I forget what's in the refrigerator. I could have just gone shopping, and I might be like, oh yeah, I've got a soda and it's in the fridge. Then I go and check the fridge, and there's like a few other things that I forgot that I put in there. That's what it is when I refer to object permanence. And it happens a lot with video games as well. I will not remember the things that I want to do until I sit down to play the game again. And it's kind of annoying for me because it's like a lot of these things need to be done before I start playing the game, like looking up fights and stuff like that. And it's specifically with um things that are not like high priority in my head, or if they are high priority, they're relegated to a different day as high priority. So when that day comes, I'm not thinking of it as high priority anymore. I'm not thinking about it at all. So I've tried to write myself notes and stuff like that. It helps if I remember to look at the notes. So it's kind of annoying. But at least I know what's going on now,
Let's
and I
give it
can
our all.
do things to try to mitigate it. And do forgive me, I'm trying to get a little bit of food in me.
Help is at hand.
Alright. At least this is better than being swapped into playing somebody else. Thought there were 4. These guys should go down relatively easily.
Leave the healing to me.
You'd have to be a good healer in order for me to do that, Alphanod. Let me die a couple of times. E. Now can we go it? Nope, we gotta go this way. We go around. Fill them all up. Hey, you're going up the tower? Nope. And that is a red mage move. Close the distance. Now can we fight the big one? No, we can't. We gotta fight more cowardice.
I shall protect you.
Well,
You will rue the day you cross my path.
there we go. Good now? Losing men. It's 76 of 100. Hello, you two. Hello. Damage is 110 on that. What was the previous one? 106? Slight improvement. Oh, we're down to 60. They're dropping left and right. Nice little kite shield. We made it. You want to see the carnage that happens after we arrive? Please play the game. Okay. Got one of these. Just gotta kill a few waves and then we are done, I think. I think we'll be able to get through the 77 stuff.
On your feet.
Here we go. Wave after wave after wave, and we're gonna get them almost all on me. Still above half. Go. Get knocked down. Damage delta's increased. Where did that come from? Is that from Alice? Alright, now we got the big boss, right? Not. Yep, there we go. Okay, I need to kill these guys. Right, we pop a couple cooldowns. Revive that.
I will not be outdone. Theory and practice.
Curious. Nope, it didn't. Wondering if it gave the Divine Veil to everybody else. Okay, almost done with this segment. Beat down the hypocrisy again.
If naught else will suffice, my strength is yours.
May the 12 guide you.
The stars shall grant me succor.
Let's give them a show.
Heal.
With heart and steel.
Kill Alice. Okay. Hillary. Or Edmund Hillary. Wrong name. Gibbet Cage. Alrighty. There's that bit of plot that basically us just fighting something. Aid the wounded. What if we just want to wound the aided? Okay, buddy. One of the things that soldiers one of the reasons that a lot of militaries will try to dehumanize the enemy is so that soldiers don't feel quite as bad about killing people. That's what that other soldier was talking about. They were not pleased with having to kill somebody. It can be traumatic. Don't have personal experience. Thankfully, I don't have personal experience. Right, we gotta get through about another hour's worth of plot before next Al. Oh, are we at this section? Oh, I thought this was later. For Milia. Mercury. Go to the Go to the Rookery first. See if we can get down there. Yeah, we can get down there. Pretty sure we can, I mean. Yep. Break our legs in the jump, but we made it down there. Book and Milia. Okay, we need to grab the herbs. And we can... Got Zivan. There is... Easiest way is gonna be possible. This one. Cabinet of Curiosity. Trying to remember the name of that place, but that is beyond my recollection. Kinda wish in City Sprint were constantly on. Ancred 76, alright. Moving right along. Well, this would be something that would be really cool to try to recreate in the real world. Ziggy Stardust. Feel you had to test. Might as well just. Expect someone with the name Marimo to have green hair. Go. Where's the anchored now? Okay, at least we can mount and fly in that zone. Oh, we get to go to the other side of Almarang. Meaning we should be able to fly in Almarang shortly. I need access to Fillmore. Zun. Kobolds without their helmets on look kind of terrifying. Going. Nope, they're gonna be in this building, aren't they? Yep. Still. Okay. We had a trolley problem there. Now we've got the trolley problem here. From a philosophical standpoint, the trolley problem is one of the most flawed concepts. Like, you've got this my response to the trolley problem is not which do you pull the lever and have it hit the one person and save the 5 people. It's what kind of person creates a problem in which people are going to be tied up like that, and you're forcing someone to make a decision that's going to ultimately kill someone. That's kind of an issue for me. It is flawed in its reasoning, flawed in its design. And I understand it's just supposed to be a thought experiment, but, you know, just because it's a thought experiment doesn't mean that it is a well-designed thought experiment. I think that, was it The Good Place actually handled that rather well. And Cyanide and Happiness did too. What do you do? Do you lever or do you... You know, my initial reaction is, well, is there any way to derail the train? It's not a dichotomy of choices there, but they make it to feel like it's a dichotomy. And, few things in life are black and white. That is a giant gnome. Ah, good to know you can't get a sightseeing log entry while in combat. Makes sense. Okay, let's activate the trolley cart without getting off the gnome or the desert coyote. Yange. Yanje. Okay, we gotta kill a gnome. Yes, first time using the skill. Unfikor. Alright, now we talk to Yanger. Yange. Getting closer to the goal. Gotta be able to access Yulmore before the end of the night. Found a suspicious looking person. Hello, suspicious man. Well, you're going to attack me? I would not do that if I were you. I can make swords erupt from the ground. What am I? I'm a bunny. Bunny girl, can't you tell? Bunny girl in a Blue Origin rocket. Less phallic than a Blue Origin rocket. Go away, gnome. Thank you. Found people. Dungeon. Then we're gonna get sent to Yulmore for the trial. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Oh, Gnome, we didn't want to engage you, but you engaged us anyway. So, Thaf. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Need to go upstairs for that, or... Looks like we'll be good here. An Ovum Billy. $108,000 health. Oh. Where did you come from? You... Gibbering Coyote appeared out of nowhere. Swords out of the ground. Hills of Amber. I'm not gonna say it. That just does not sound right to me. Now the nice thing about this skill, however it's pronounced, an AoE. It's a wonderful AoE. Hey, bosom buddies just went over. Something that you want to do for leveling up your Chocobo is see if you can get Thavnarian onions cheap. You'll need 10 of them. See it. See it. I'm gonna go for it. Made it. And I screwed up. I thought that the NPC that had the car would be there longer, so I didn't get the stuff needed to purchase a car for this character. Oh, oh, oh. Because I've been forgetting it lately. I get the etherite. Oh, Magnus. Activate this Gemstone Trader. He'd be a jerk, but why? I think that is a very good pun right there. Nice bit of wordplay. Say that. I gotta ask for. Bolt is loose. What am I gonna need? Wrench. I gotta pay attention to these. Don't see any other problems. Let's continue along the track. What say you this time? Thought to use the file on wood. File I've always seen as something on metal. Right. Move nests. Be careful going between the tracks because you can fall down here. Kill any vultures that appear. Get our friend out again. Ready. Last nest. Last vulture. Right, now we need to go back and visit them. The jerk, but why? The reason I mentioned that you can fall off this is because I remember falling off of it on my main character, not realizing that it wasn't separated properly. Okay, gradually getting there. A few more minor quests to do before we start gaining access to 77 quests. Everything comes full circle. We're gonna be required to go back to Yulmore. Right, the quest hub has been unlocked. That is a good sign. Debitage! I do also appreciate that in this game, it's not a chance for something to drop from a quest mob, it's... You just have to kill the quest mob and it'll drop. Instead of, you gotta come out here and, you know, kill 30 of these things before one will drop. If that's the case, then have it be kill 30 of these things and bring back 30 of their items. Relic weapons are the only exception, I believe, to that. And slip. Alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. 3. Right. Back to the tavern. I didn't even know what the English voices accents are. It's interesting, I think, that a lot of fantasy is typecast. Especially when it comes to doing accents and stuff like that. Like, dwarves are always Scottish. Everyone else has to speak with sort of a regal or a posh British accent. Especially elves. Elves have to have a posh British accent. Honestly, I would love to see someone just like turn everything on its head in a major piece of fiction, and you see the elves show up and they're speaking like a drunken Australian. Like completely pissed out of their mind. Would just be kind of funny. Of the accents, the dwarves are French. French or maybe Spanish. Just because it's not the typical trope. Tropes are meant to be broken. I hate that mount that I just got. The reason I dismounted there is because that mount was making a noise. It sounded like a computer fan. It's needing to be cleaned, pulled, and caked over with stuff. So when I hear rattling like that, it makes me paranoid. My last graphics card decided that it wanted to graphics card got too much dust on it, and the dust prevented the fan from spinning. So it's gonna cost more to get the fan replaced, because it was gonna require shipping the card somewhere, getting the proper fan attached to it, etc. And then there's no guarantee that it actually would have worked after that. I mean, I still have the card, and I'm pretty sure it would still work if I could, fix the problem. Not as powerful as this one, but nice to have a backup just in case. That's the other thing, I don't know if Windows 10 would support the old card, because that was... I'd have to look it up. GeForce GTX 650 Ti. I don't think it's this Dark Shadow, it's gonna be the one that's over here, right? Yep. One over there. Now, have to make it over there. Found it! Just what a plesiosaur wants to fly through. Desert. Okay, so I thought, yeah, nope, I'm done. I'm done with that. On, Guthgen. Go outside now. Golly gee. Taken care of. Come on, Caramel. Keep up with me, little bird. Smoke bomb. This, let them come forward. Oh, the knockers. If you were in a mine, a good chance you would hear tapping. Presence of a knocker. They were beings that the old miners were superstitious of. Double. Wrong button. Wonder why doing this makes me feel tired. I know why part of it makes me feel tired. Right, we have 5 left to go. Just need to go through and kill them. Die already. Got another one coming out. We're left here. Looks there. Have 2 on the last one. And of course it saw me. Run away, gnome. Go home, gnome. Okay, we just have one left. Yes, this one left over here. Okay. So something I was thinking about the other night. You sit down and, you know, watch any fantasy language or any fantasy or sci-fi movie, and the aliens just have this particular way of talking. Have that reflected in their language. Because a lot of times it's just, oh, they're going to talk funny when they're speaking English because they can't get their voice around anything like that. But then the alien language that they have has absolutely nothing in it that sounds like the vocal inflections that they are putting forth. As in, they're speaking English with an accent that is not present in their native language. And it's just something that I noticed across, like, everything. I mean, Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate. Lex. Just something to think about. Okay, we get to go back up there. And you... There we go. Oh. Let us click. Okay, it's not going to let us kick. Twine? Twine. And I think what got me thinking about it was the way that in Star Trek the Ferengis talk. Everything is fine except for the phrase human, which they almost invariably all say as human. And I don't think I've heard any instance where they would have that kind of thing in their language, especially with other words that have the same connotation or the same spelling, pronunciation. So either it is a matter of mockery that even those that are friendly do, or it just wasn't thought out and it's just become like a running joke or a trope. But if like a language has, like if a language were more, what would you say, everything was more elongated, how they said things, then it would make sense if their language were spoken slower so as to get more of what they're saying in. I mean, it just makes sense to me. Mount Buren Mines, are we at 77 yet? We're in 77s. So we're getting close to the dungeon, which is going to be over here. So if you have somebody that's talking like that, if they've got an accent in English, then they should not lose their accent when they go back to their native tongue. I think Avatar actually did a decent job with that. I'd have to rewatch it. But I really don't feel like spending 3 hours of my time watching that movie again. Not that it's a bad movie, just that it's kind of a boring movie. What is the phrase? Boring and predictable. Oh, we gotta do another one of these mini dungeons. Level 77. At least we got our powerful attacks. Oh, we gotta fight Ranjit again.
Come on!
Oh, and we're playing as Thancred. Just exactly what we didn't want to do. I do not like these. You play as my character. And just tell us what happens in these side things with the other characters. I really hope there's no more of these in Walker. Oh, and now we get the knockback, so that the fight takes even longer. Maybe not. We've got free attacks.
This is going well.
Vanity.
Hey, we made it to the second part.
Beast of my blood, answer my call! Rend my foes and ward their blows!
I guess you could say he was the first Reaper. Cartoon cycle. Got Hot Pursuit again. In addition to this. Oh, and I can't stun him. Unceremonious beheading.
When will you learn?
Please, Square Enix, no more like this. Okay.
Not good.
Fire around from my gunblade. Oh. 6 minutes we've been in here. Here comes Hot Pursuit. Can we please be over with this? Apparently not.
And you presume to be her protector? Pathetic! quarter!
You know, these things really just feel like pointless fights. And I think that's the reason that I do not like, I don't like them that much. We're supposed to be having this epic battle, and it doesn't really feel like an epic battle because you're doing very little damage to the enemy and they're doing very little damage to you. Okay, here comes the next one. Then you get the hot pursuit, which makes it nigh impossible to deal damage. Because you gotta constantly run and move. And...
Persist in this folly.
oh, here we go.
Is that all?
This going again. Use deception.
Fall! Fools to a man! Fall!
Oh. Okay. At the end? Come on. Go. annoying as fuck. Nearly 10 minutes wasted because of that fucking fight. Game devs, don't do that. If you're gonna have a fight like that, at least have it make sense. Worthwhile. Not something that's gonna make very little fucking sense. Feels out of place. Even in the story, I remember hating that fight because it did not fit with anything going on. Don't make it a 10-minute fight. Especially if it's a Deus Ex Machina type fight like that one was. Okay. I think there's few things in this game that infuriate me more than those fights that just go on way too long and are boring as hell. Yeah, but anyway. Here we go. Made it to 77 dungeon. Okay. Need the 7 trial, and we should have to get first. Do this, and then it's gonna say you can try to enter with the trust. Malik as well. I try to enter with the trust. Everybody gets synced up to 77. Rather, Malik as well. We're gonna sit here and wait. Definitely the worst part about the past 2 expansions have been fights like that. at least with the Xenos fight, you'd get down to a certain point and then it would end. This one just dragged on way too long. It's not like he was dealing enough damage to actually kill at the beginning, so resetting it and going in on easy mode would have been the same amount of time, probably. There's one near me. To the east. Oh, we'll go to the east. "70 elms to the north." Ah, it's up there. Southeast, so anywhere here. It's... We'll find out when we get over there. Still saying to the southeast. There you are. Would have to pop right after I start chewing on something. Malika's Well. Skip the cutscenes. Pop Iron Will, or whatever your tanking is. If you're the tank, I should say. Healer... unsure. Let's grab the first group. Go to the second group. I'll pop a minor cooldown. Right. Should be good. Seems like a decent group. Oh. Gonna wait line so I didn't get the debuff, but alright. So, healer. Good to know. I was honestly waiting for the holy spam. They didn't do a holy spam. Okay, so along here, just be careful of the enemies. Pay attention to what's going on around you. Get the Royal Cupbearer. Pull this group as well. Crash along here is not that difficult, you just have to do a bunch of dodging. And I am aware that I'm actually a lot less tanky than I normally am. Although I am level 80, I'm still wearing a bunch of level 70 gear. This is level 77 content, so I probably shouldn't do big pulls. That is on me. Be aware of your own gear as well. Good lesson to take away from this. Haven't been many items that have been dropping in other dungeons. I honestly feel lucky for getting the sword and whatnot from the previous dungeon. Not often that I have the last specific drops in the duty that I'm in. Right, Greater Armadillo. First boss. Wait for them to get here. Tank boss in the middle. Or as close to the middle as you can get. Face it away from the party. Boss has got some fun abilities. Stone Flail. Beats the ground and things start falling from the ceiling. Dodge the things that fall from the ceiling. Head toss. Okay, be ready with this one because it's a variant on the stack. As soon as it goes off, you want to get away from the boss. Because it immediately does a point blank AoE followed by an epicenter boom. Then you want to rush in immediately after the epicenter. So it's sort of a dance, and it's going to repeat that pattern when it does it again. So as long as you can pay attention to that, you should be good. Grab the ads. DPS them down. Stone Flail. Gonna bring more stuff raining down on us. Greater Armadillo is half-life, approximately. Head toss. Toss up Divine Veil. Okay. Does that, you want to get away immediately. Epicenter's gonna happen. Immediately in. And you're golden. Very simple fight. Forgot about the ads. But they're easily dealt with. Stone Flail also works as a tank buster. Gonna get the stack mechanic again shortly. Think. There it is. Head toss. Immediately run out. Epicenter AoE. And immediately back in. And the healer's dead. So I am now on heals. Oh, we've got a red mage. Red mage can resurrect at this level. Limit break was used. Just used my oh crap button. Anything that I can use? No. So that's the first boss taken care of. Very simple, very formulaic. You don't necessarily know where to stand, but you know where not to stand when the attacks go off. Royal Custard. You are an affront. Everything dessert. Of course you realize this means war. I think I'm getting a little slap happy in this dungeon, so apologies if the commentary is a bit off for this one. Well, who'll do? I did not see that before it went off. Looking somewhere else quickly. Alright, we just called him in. We're gonna pop cooldown. Dodge out of everything. Out of everything. Continued DPSing. Because I can use the gear. I'm gonna go open the chest if the healer does not. Oh. Boots. Gotten boots in every single dungeon. Pretty sure. Okay, this trash, it's simple trash. It's just dodge and tank and dodge. Tank and spank mostly for this section. Another treasure chest over there. Down. That. Headgear of strength. Second boss. Tibius Talos. Boss will be moving to the center throughout this fight. So tanking boss in the center is best. DPS as hard as you can. Base, I think, is the tank buster. It is. Wellbore, point blank AoE. Going to be 4 pillars that appear. They're going to be made of water. Boss will do a knockback. He'll face a direction, and he will start spinning a direction. You do not want to be standing in front of him when he's doing this. It's something that we've seen other bosses do in other dungeons. The only difference is that we've got the spinning towers of water behind us that can damage us if we run into them. Pay attention to that. Base. Wellbore. Off, charge in. Dodge the explosion from the initial things. High pressure. Knocks everyone back. Faces the direction, and then he starts to spin. So try to always be ahead, or be on the boss's, the leg of the boss that is the opposite direction of where he's spinning. Otherwise, you are going to get blown into the deep. Wellbore again. As soon as the circle disappears, you can charge in. Now that we actually have charge, you can use it. High pressure is a knockback. And always try to stay on the leg, the side that the boss is not turning towards. Base. Their face. On health, I'm going to pop 2 cooldowns. well bore. And boss is down. Very simple fight. You'll be able to get through it with few problems. Along here, pull all of the groups together. One of the things, it can feel like you are moving or killing things too slowly in these lower dungeons because not everybody is going to have, you know, amazing gear. Just know that it's normal. Might feel like it's taking a long time, but many times it's not. Okay. Crash along here to pay attention to. Get the treasure chest opened. Can't use that one. Can use that one. We're going to target one and charge. We want to destroy one of these before it rebuilds. You can choose whichever one you want as the target. But the nice thing is that the damage that you've done carries over, so it doesn't, like, respawn with full health. With this guy... gonna rebuild. I'm gonna have to shield lob these two guys. If you got a decent group, you can get, I don't even think with a decent group you can get 2 down. Not right now, at least. Maybe in the expansion. Ooh. Warrior weapon. More items that I can collect in the dungeon, that's... more items that I can... or items that can be given to me at the end of the dungeon. Alright. This boss... Storge. This boss is fun. Dorgi. Intestinal Crank. That's gonna be AoE damage to everybody. Trying to think of how to pronounce the name based upon Greek pronunciations. Okay. Fork. You want to go to the corners because it's gonna fire beam in 4 directions. They're cardinal to the boss. Front, back, left, and right. Breaking wheel. Want to stand underneath the boss. Instantly, you cannot stand under the boss for the cardinal direction thing. You will take damage. Alright. The nail. They are summoned. It does breaking wheel. Then it's going to progressively move out each one of the others. You want to stand on the spot until it goes off. Move to the next one. Move to the next one. Next one. Last one back into the boss. Gonna summon nails again. Intestinal crank. Damage everyone. I'll toss a heal onto the healer. Another crank. Another crank. Wow. We're gonna get the second one. Summon the nails, my friend. Crystal nail. Here we go. This one can be harder to dodge. It's actually extremely easy to dodge. You know what you're doing. Oh crap, I just moved. Yep. I moved before it went off. Well, that was on me. So those are the two main attacks that this boss does, and if the fight lasts long enough, it'll cycle through them again. But it shows you what it does, and then expands upon it for each subsequent version. If you get hit with it, then you get vulnerability up. We'll crank again. You don't want vulnerability up because this boss does a lot of AoE damage. Crystal nail again. Don't know which one it's going to be. It's going to be breaking wheel. Okay. Just beat the crap out of the boss. Move as you need to with the attacks that go out. And do not stand there while there's still mechanics going on. I hope you found this informative. And send that to my main if I win it. Red Mage did her battle res, which I haven't seen often enough for the Red Mages, so that. But an helmet now that still can't see. We're gonna wait for the loot to get up. them to roll. Well, I get to send that over to my main. We're gonna get sent back out to Yulmore. It's going to unlock the next step of the story, and oh, the story in this is so great. Let's skip it all. No, seriously. Parts of it are predictable, but other parts are just fun, disturbing, etc. So I highly recommend sitting down and enjoying the story at your leisure. I think if you're so inclined, in my YouTube channel, I think I've got everything up to 5.4, 5.5 in some of the old videos. So if you're that interested in finding out what the story is going on, there is that. But that will be on my cat girl, not my bunny girl. Everything from the bard's perspective there. Need to gain access to Yulmore. Be good. Kind of regretting buying the blue gear that I've got on now. Can't teleport there, so we got still tied. Something that always just like, not always, but something that I think about games like this. The other people that are playing. Oh, I could have told. Like, there are so many people that are playing this game right now. Everyone is having their own experience with it. Just really interesting to think about, just how interconnected people can be without even being like, it's interesting that so many people are involved in doing the same thing at the same time. Like, these games, they have a higher player rate than, going to sporting events where, you go see a sporting event at the stadium, and you've got like 40,000 people there with you, cheering you along, having their own experience, but also having the shared experience. And that's what I like about this, is you've got everybody having their own experience, but a shared experience as well. I could have worded that a lot better. I feel more cognizant tonight than I normally do at this hour after, being live for almost 5 hours. Well, almost 5.5 hours. More awake. I need to get off soon. So we are going to unlock trial, and that should give us access after we clear it to heal more. Before I log off, I'm gonna buy my chest piece from there. I think is like 515. We'll find out. Okay. So I am going to, can't get rid of that, so equip, unequip. This'll make sense.
Try and stop it!
Keep it up!
Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. I want to be killed. I don't want... Stop healing me.
May the 12 guide you.
Okay, so... Got these guys coming after me. More. I'm gonna do one more heal on myself. Just... Oh. Yeah, we don't want to dodge. There we go. Come on. I get hit by that. I want to get hit by that. And give me multiple wallops. Stop it. We just need 2 wallops to go off in a row. There we go. There we go. Whip. And now it's going to be cake. Looked like it was going to be pretty easy, but usually the ones that start out easy will have something stupidly difficult later.
Try and stop me!
Keep it up!
So after finishing Ready Player One, I am
May the 12 guide you.
trying to make a dent in my piles of books. Ready Player One went faster than I expected. So I started on the Dark Materials trilogy. Golden Compass, Little Knife, and Amber Spyglass.
I fear my strength.
Trying to draw from various dystopian settings. Draw inspiration from them. Oh, we don't have access to it. We're only level 77 in here. Right. Ah, the Jongulars. This is the fight that probably would have caused us some consternation. Blue down first.
Show's over. You think this is funny?
Ready to climb the stairs. The buttress. Oh, Yulmore. Still using level 70 waist, level 70 ring. That is why we did that. I really don't want to fight Ranjit on a high difficulty level because it's damn annoying. Ceremonious beheading. See, his life would be moving at about the same rate as in the Thancred fight. I really do not want to deal with that again. Hot pursuit. Giving Flame, this is new. Don't want to cast that. Shattered Sky. Thunder, that's the crossbar. That does that. You doing this time, Ranjit? Ageless Serpent. Oh, he's invincible. Oh. Bye, Ranjit. Now, I won't lie. Ranjit, I actually liked his character. I just felt that anytime you fought him, it was annoying. Just because the amount of time that the fights normally take. There we go. We are going to do the duty. But before we go and do our duty, we're going to tune so we can teleport back here. An important place to attune to. Level 77 to get here. See if we can buy over here. Nope. Can't buy yet. Derelict, so we have to go down to Night Soil Pots. Oh. Oh, we just had to do it to the one. Oh, day. Upstairs. Of course it is. Enthralled citizens in the canopy. Right, let's go and turn this in. I'm gonna get this trial started. think. Okay. We're not gonna get to the trial tonight. I don't think, because it's going to be a little bit more. I'll go till we hit this. We've hit the 78 quests. Okay. And we can't buy the gear, so the next one is going to be the 79. Yeah, we're going to call it here for tonight because it's almost midnight. Thank you everybody that came in. I've been Sentient Dessert. We're gonna go find someone who is still going to show some love to. Let's see. Well, I rarely get a chance. I say that way too much. We're gonna go show some love to Code Wolf. He's been going a little bit longer than I have, but he's normally late. Playing late this time. So. If you're still around, just show some love when we get there, and I will see you on Tuesday. Maybe for this, maybe for some Shining Force 2, maybe for something else. We'll see what happens before then. But until then, be kind out there.